back to school for a continuous update on plans for our schools and students. You will learn about health and safety initiatives, curriculum and instruction programs, technology resources, transportation, Leap Day program, student registration and enrollment, food and nutrition services, school calendar information, and other important resources for your students and family. Again, thank you for joining us this evening, and make sure to follow us on Facebook at Team DD2. Good evening. Welcome to the live stream of the Dorchester School District 2 Board of Trustees August 24th board meeting. These meetings are held on the second and fourth Monday of each month and always provide useful information regarding the operation of our school district and schools. These meetings are recorded and posted on this page at the conclusion of the meeting. As the new school year begins for students on September the 8th, the most recent updates on the opening of schools will be presented this evening. We encourage you to visit the Dorchester School District 2 Back to School webpage at dd2.org/backtoschool for a continuous update on plans for our schools and students. You will learn about health and safety initiatives, curriculum and instruction programs, technology resources, transportation, Leap Day program, student registration and enrollment, food and nutrition services, school calendar information, and other important resources for your students and family. Again, thank you for joining us this evening, and make sure to follow us on Facebook at Team DD2.
I'd like to call this meeting to order, and at this time I need an approval of our agenda.
So moved.
Okay, Mr. Guthrie made the motion, Ms. Crosby seconded it. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. And before we move into the invocation, it's that time of year. We're just 2 weeks away from the starting of our children coming into school. But it's important for all of us to know, and thank you all who are listening and taking time to listen through the streaming, that our teachers and our staff and our administrators have been busy all summer planning and preparing and training so that they will be the best they can be for this very unusual school year. We can't all get everything we want, which we have tried and tried, but we hope that you will be at least satisfied and know that everything was done that's possibly done in accordance with the laws that we are bound by as well. Even though this is going to be an unusual year, if we all work together, then I really feel like DD2 will be very successful. And our motto this year is we are all in it together. And so with that, I think we have a big poster that we want to show everyone that this is our motto for the year for the school board. There it is, and there it is. We are all in it together. And we will put that on our webpage, and it will go to the South Carolina School Board Association. So just wanted to share that with you and hope that it's going to be, even though a different year, that it will be a successful year because we are all in it together. And at this time, I'd like to call on Ms. Tupper to give the invocation.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. If you would like to join me in prayer, please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the opportunity to gather tonight and for all those in our Dorchester 2 family. For those who we celebrated with this last week to mark their retirement from our district, I ask that you bless this new journey of their lives and use the memories of their time here to remind them of how grateful we are for their service to the students of our district. For the faculty and staff in our district who are returning to our campuses and preparing for the start of a new school year, I ask that you watch over them and their students and the students under their care and help us all to be focused on the needs of those students so that all we do will help each student reach their full potential. We know there are many who are struggling with this pandemic and all the ways it has impacted our lives. Please give us strength to live each day with kindness and compassion and help us be aware of the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We are so thankful for the dedicated and caring Dorchester 2 family and ask that as we are faced with the many frequent changes that new understandings of this virus brings, you give us the strength to persevere and help us all to work together to get through these trying times so that we are stronger and have solutions that are best for all involved. We are thankful for the men and women of the military who fight to give us the freedoms that we enjoy each day. Please watch over them and our first responders and keep them safe from harm. I ask that you guide us tonight and always so that each decision we make is in the best interest of all our students and staff. In your name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
If you would stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We do have public comments, but they aren't on agenda items, so we will hear those comments later on down the road in our agenda. So at this time, I need the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of August 10th, 2020.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, that was made by Ms. Hughes. Okay, Ms. Tupper seconded it. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. We will also need to approve the minutes for the called meeting that was held August 17th, 2020. Okay, Mr. Farnsworth made the motion and Mr. Guthrie seconded it. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Under unfinished business, I don't know that we have any unless someone has something they wanted to bring up. Okay, then we'll move right on to the superintendent's report that we've all anxiously waited for.
Okay. Well, we will certainly delight you with more information. We've been busy at work, and it's hard sometimes to leave what we've already told you alone as we add new stuff. for those joining us new on our website and also here tonight listening to the board meeting and newcomers to this room tonight. They've not all heard the story. It's kind of evolving. So we'll hit a couple of the highlights, but mainly we're going to go tonight and talk about main difference between e-learning, since that's what the district has embarked on for the first 2 weeks of school. And then, of course, if it's to continue, we must get a waiver from Columbia if we so desire to have one. They do not have to accept, and my guess is that most they might be in line for one waiver, and then they would want us to move into our hybrid model. And of course, all this is built on health conditions, and we've built in how we're going to use that as our rubric to decide where we're going, how it's looked over the last 6 weeks, what the trend is looking like for the future. So we have all that, and I've asked Ms. Julie Canaran, my assistant superintendent, to please give you that update.
Good evening. Are you okay if I take my mask down for this? Thank you.
I'm all right. They can hear me.
Good evening, Chair Robinson, board members, Mr. Pye. On behalf of our team, I'm both excited and pleased to provide you a brief overview of two very important events getting ready to happen in Dorchester District 2 in the upcoming weeks. The first being Leap Week, and the second, as Ms. Robinson and Mr. Pye said, is the start of the 2020-2021 school year, the day after Labor Day. A day that is going to look different, but that we're excited about nonetheless, because it's time to re-engage with our students. As part of this presentation, we are thrilled to have Ms. Billy Stillinger, a DuBose Middle School teacher, with us, who will be providing an update on what e-learning and virtual academy instruction will look like so that you can see the day in the life of a student. But first, before we go there, let's talk about LEAP. Let's just leap right in. I've been watching too much TV. Well, you can't see. We might have to wait just a minute before we leap right in because my visuals aren't here.
It's okay. Well, you could sing a song for us while we're waiting.
You would probably not really want me to go there. My mother is a great singer. However, I'm too much like my father, who not so much. I'm not good on joke telling either because I never remember the punchlines. That's one of the things of technology.
Everybody out there can go get a quick drink. Yes, before.
Ms. Robinson,
Yes.
we may want to go ahead and skip on the agenda to the financial report that doesn't require visuals, and then I can pick back up when the visuals are ready. Remember, we've always said our plans are flexible.
That's right. That would be great. Ms. Meunier, are you ready? Okay.
So I have the privilege tonight to come before you, Ms. Robinson, board members, and Mr. Pye, These are such soft masks too, but they're very thick, so it's really hard to hear through it. You're right. To discuss two resolutions, which we've discussed in the past. The first being a TAN resolution, which is a tax anticipation note. We entered into this with our South Carolina Association of Government Organizations to allow us some cash flow cushion in case there's a delay in money coming from the state. So for the first resolution, that would need your approval if you so choose, it would be a resolution authorizing the issuance of a not exceeding $18 million tax anticipation note, Series 2020, of School District Number 2 of Dorchester County. And there's a lot of other lingo, but it's up to $18 million. And and the resolution was in your packet. So if you have any other questions about that, let me know before you approve that.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'll make a motion to accept the resolution
Okay.
for the $18 million tax anticipation notes.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, it is unanimous.
Okay, great, thank you. The second resolution tonight is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not exceeding $25 million in general obligation bonds in one or more series in one or more years for School District Number 2 of Dorchester County, South Carolina. What these bonds cover are the two growth bonds that we've had still out, that are still hanging out there for us to continue to pay on, and also for 3 equipment acquisition agreements that we have entered into. So this is just, it's a rolling bond that we get into every fall. It will pay our principal and interest in the the December payment, and then the interest only payment in the spring. It'll also cover capital needs that we have throughout the year.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? I will need a motion then.
I'll make a motion to accept the general obligation bonds resolution for $25 million as presented.
Okay. Ms. Tupper will second that motion. Any discussion?
Just quickly, and it's a question we get from time to time, so it is interesting, and Tina and I were chatting before. So one of the sections in here talks about the 8% limit, and so I just want to make sure and talk about that, because as a school district, as a government entity, we are able to basically borrow up to 8% of our debt limit. So some interesting numbers here. Assessed value of all the taxable property for the school district as of June 30th, 2019, $548,641,250. So a pretty large number there. 8% of that is $43,891,000. We currently have, if I'm reading this right, we've got $6,693,000 out there, is what it looks like.
I did not bring that folder up here with me, I'm so sorry.
Either way, but we may incur basically $37 million more, $37,197. So again, that's just a question we get from time to time about that 8% number. So I just wanted to make sure and talk about
Remember that number.
Yep.
It's good that you said that, though, because we forget or because we don't hear it every day. So thank you, Justin, for doing that.
Wouldn't that be higher than $6 million because of the technology that we acquired? Didn't some of that come out of that money? That didn't come out of that money?
Out of some of this GEO bond money.
A different money.
Yes, sir.
Okay, not the 8%.
Right.
Thought we were wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, all those in favor, let's raise our hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay.
We support
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shall we move to our personnel, or are you ready? You tell me what you want to. Okay. All right. We have our personnel report, and I think that, are we going to hear from our personnel director this evening?
Do you have anything to say? She's calling on you if you would like.
Did you want me to say something?
Whatever you
Sure.
have to talk about, go ahead. Only good news.
Sometimes it's just good to hear from you.
Well, thank you for saying that. Good to be here. There's been a lot of questions about comparison of where we were last year at this point with people who have retired or left our district and where we are this year. And believe it or not, at this moment in time, because it changes daily, we're actually 12 less who have left right now than this time last year. Now, I'm telling you that, and we're all smiling and we're happy about that, but it does change, and it changed pretty drastically, you know, week to week. So, but where we are right now, our principals are working so hard to fill the vacancies they have. We're also communicating all the time with our directors, our grade level directors, to discuss where we might can squeeze a little bit with the openings that we have and maybe not fill if the numbers aren't where they need to be. So those are conversations we have every day. So, any questions for me?
If I can ask?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of where we usually are in comparison to last year, how are we in vacancies? Are we?
Well, right now we're high for me, and I mean I'm struggling with this, but we're at about 23.5. Now we have 25 schools, so when you think of that, you know, thank goodness they're not all at one school. They are spread out pretty evenly, and again, we have some schools that have no vacancies, and that's posted on our website all the time. But we are, you know, working with principals to fill those. We have a couple recommendations in hand. We're just vetting right now, so hopefully. At the end of July, we were in single digits, and I was really excited. I remember telling Mr. Pye that. We were feeling pretty good at that moment, and things change very quickly. We're in an ever-changing world,
All
so.
the summer openings that we've had, definitely the last 6 or 8 weeks, have been people due to the virus. They're
Yes, sir.
staying home with their families, they're choosing to teach at home or whatever because they're frightened of the virus and the consequences it may have on them personally and or their families. So, and we understand that. We hate that's happening, but we understand that's happening all over the nation.
Yes, sir.
Not just in Somerville, South Carolina. So it only adds to the teacher shortage problem. But again, we're still trying to gather our numbers of how many people might have left to homeschool or do those things. Those numbers are still not in officially, and how many's in virtual
Right.
academy versus the traditional, so that because we carry higher numbers there. And at the end of the day, we're hoping we're going to be okay.
Right, and that is, again, talking with the grade level directors as well as the virtual academy director, we're really looking at those numbers to see where our needs are. And as you all know, when school starts, you know, when we typically start school, we have that 10-day count where we're checking to see who actually shows up. Of course, we'll be doing that virtually right now, but that's okay, we can handle that to determine our real needs. But really, we're in comparison to prior years, we're not in bad shape. I would like to be 0 openings, and that's our goal to get there.
Well, I'm sure the other districts are in worse shape than we are, but.
Well, we're all trying to get through this teacher shortage together.
Well,
Steal, beg, and borrow.
the teachers that are on board, how are they taking to the virtual and, you know, the hybrid that we're doing? Are they being, I mean, they're okay with that, the majority of them?
Ms. Robinson, that's a great question, and I certainly don't want to stand here and say that I can speak for all of our new teachers, but I know our principals have done a great job. You know, we already have elementary and middle school teachers have reported. They reported last Thursday. And from what we hear from the professional development they've received, from everything they're doing within their teams, within their PLCs, within the school, it sounds favorable. We have not had any of our new people calling us crying or saying they want to leave or anything like that, so I take that as a bonus.
That's great.
I think the explanations have been very clear. The only thing that's not clear, and this is nobody's fault, is what's going to happen with this virus. So we're flexibility. I think Ms. Cornarians mentioned that earlier. We are just being flexible in what we do and how we work with our people. We're following the laws and the rules as we work through accommodations, but we're doing it consistently.
Does anybody else have any questions? You are very positive. Thank you so much. And we also have in the packets that Ms. Minari gave us the resignations and the recommendations. The resignations for 2019-2020. I will need a motion for that. To accept, thank you. Ms. Crosby,
I'll
a second.
second the motion.
Lisa Tupper, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. And we also will need the recommendations for hire for 2020 and 2021. I need a motion for that. Thank you, Mr. Mitchum. And second, Mr. Farnsworth. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you so much. Ms. Canaris?
All right, so we were leaping into LEAP when we first left. And so as you will see in a minute, oh, maybe you won't. Did I mess it up already? What did I do, Lee? There it is. Which one is advanced? That's what I did.
I knew I should have done this.
Thank you, Mr. Pye.
Y'all better be glad I was.
I'm just glad we're doing it. I'm grateful that our district's doing Leap Week.
Try it now. No, ma'am. That's what I need. You might be my page turner. I'll be glad to. Thank you, Vanna. All right, we are back to leaping. As you can see on the schedule, and as a reminder, our Leap Week is for our kindergarten through 8th grade students. These students, and 4K is also involved in that. They will receive specific specialized information from their teachers as to when to report for their activities. So please don't think that we forgot them. But in general, our Leap Week is next week, August 31st to September the 4th, and everybody will be utilizing a half-day model with the various times outlined as you see. And all of our students, as I said, will have been invited to participate. However, please remember that participation is optional for the students, but we are doing any and everything that we can to encourage their attendance, as you will see on the next couple of slides. However, all students will be using the cohort method. Cohort A will be attending Monday and Tuesday, with Cohort B attending Wednesday and Thursday. Virtual Academy students will be sprinkled in throughout and also assigned to a Friday morning session, so they too can be involved in the activities of Leap Week and become pre-engaged in the school process. We felt like this would be a great way to start and to try out our cohort model, including transportation, food service, etc. As you can see, during Leap Week, you can go, yes ma'am. Bus transportation will be provided as outlined, and meal service will be provided on Leap days for all those who are participating. And we're happy to be able to say that the breakfast and lunch provided will be provided at no charge during Leap, because we're able to continue our summer feeding program, or summer feeding process, I should say, which still fell under the USDA waiver guidelines. Okay, Lee? So this is going to give you a snapshot of the various activities that the students are going to complete during their 2 half-days of LEAP. So they're going to receive their class schedules. We have many students, we have many parents who are very anxious about class schedules. Well, coming to their respective day for LEAP will alleviate this as they will receive their class schedules. As importantly, they're going to receive their in-district issued laptop, their technology device, and participate in a technology orientation session so that when we start classes on September the 8th, the students will be ready to be engaged, and hopefully they will have had time to practice from their LEAP days to their first day of school and work out any of the kinks, reach out to instructors for help in assisting to get over those kinks. We will review classroom rules and procedures because many of them have changed due to the health and safety guidelines. What is 6 feet? Where are we going to pick up our breakfast? Where are we going to eat our lunch? What about recess, the most important part of the day for some? Those types of things, and how do we walk in the hallways? How do we interact with one another? We will be stressing the wearing of the face masks. As you know, that is a mandate that has come down from Superintendent Spearman, and so we are going to enforce the mask wearing from the time we get on the bus. However, there will be breaks during the day, so please know that we're not expecting, especially our young ones, to wear masks for 6.5 hours a day. We will work in breaks for those times, safe breaks for those times. Students will have the opportunity to move in social and emotional activities so that we can assess where they are, and they will be administered at the beginning of the year diagnostic tests, the reading inventory, the math inventory, etc., as mandated by the state, so that our teachers in K-8 have time to plan and prepare for interventions based on where students score on those assessments. So, after LEAP Week, what is it going to look like on September the 8th? Well, let's take a look. Based on DHEC's recent data that was released today, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later, Dorchester County, unfortunately, we're doing better, but we're still considered in a high spread category. So we are here to announce officially tonight that the learning model that we will be using on September the 8th is what we call our school-based e-learning model. And that's what I'm going to focus on in the next few slides. It is, and this is what parents and students can expect, starting on September the 8th and running a minimum of 2 weeks. So we've decided, and again, I'll talk about this a little later in the presentation, that it's probably better for consistency's sake to stick with something for at least 2 weeks prior to making an announcement to switch, so that parents as well as school-based staff have the time to plan and prep for a seamless transition into whatever new model it may be. And so we will get into the schedule for that a little bit later on. All students will be learning from home via Microsoft Teams during e-learning. And we're going to, thanks to Ms. Stillinger and her presentation, we'll be showing you what that will look like in a typical daily class period in just a few moments. This is an important thing. Daily attendance will be taken each class period. What does that mean? Well, that means that every student is expected to sign up, sign in, and participate via their Teams meeting every single class period, every single day, so that attendance can be taken. And they need to be actively participating, and they need to be completing and submitting all assignments. Bus transportation, naturally during e-learning, is not needed, and food service program will be provided to those who are needing and wanting to utilize it. Our partner, Sodexo, has been working very hard in order to plan both for in-school pickups as well as to have some designated stops throughout the county. So we may be partnering with our bus transportation in order to help with that delivery process to reach more students who may need to take advantage of the breakfast and lunch program. So we have really appreciated their willingness to look outside the box and to try to get meals to as many as needed as very humanly possible. Well, along with our school-based e-learning model, all students enrolled in our district's virtual academy, I am technologically snake-bitten right this minute. There is a slide that talks about the virtual academy. But all students enrolled in our district's virtual academy will begin their virtual online learning on September the 8th as well. This is what the model there, and I can talk you through it, is going to look like, as there are many similarities to the e-learning, school-based e-learning model. First off, students are going to follow their assigned schedule, utilizing the daily bell schedule, just as in the other model. All students are going to be learning from home using Microsoft Teams. Again, very important, attendance is going to be taken just as I outlined in our school-based e-learning model. Bus transportation, again, not needed, will not be needed at all for the virtual academy model, as those students will be learning 100% virtually from home all year long, or the duration of their time in the virtual academy. And meal service, again, will be provided to those wanting or needing it. So you might be thinking, what's the difference between school-based e-learning and the virtual academy model? And I really need this visual.
There's only one difference.
There's only one difference, but I want you to see it in big, bold letters. And it is one very important difference that we have been explaining to those who have inquired and to those who have enrolled in our virtual academy model. So as the visual is coming up, both models are taught by certified District 2 employees, District 2 teachers. Both models, daily attendance is taken in each class period. In both models, we focus on our curriculum with our standards, our pacing guides, following a daily schedule. Both models involve live and recorded lessons, a daily schedule, the grading of assignments, regular teacher and class interaction, and using Microsoft Teams. I think it's important to stress the live part. Our virtual academy and our e-learning are not like some others where everything is done pre-recorded. We are very intent on making sure that our teachers and our students are interacting every single day via our learning management platform. We feel that that's important because using Microsoft Teams, our teachers can lay eyes on their students via their cameras. They can see them, and there's a power in being able to see the students, even if it is in a virtual environment. All students, regardless of the school-based e-learning, as well as the virtual academy, have the ability to participate in extracurricular activities as is permitted by the disease spread activity level. The bottom line is, what is the difference? The difference is in our bottom line here, where students who have chosen the in-school model, as the disease activity lessens and we move from school-based e-learning to hybrid, they will move with it. As we move from hybrid to our ultimate goal of face-to-face instruction, they will move with it in the school-based e-learning. In the virtual academy, those students will remain because they have chosen to stay virtual for a minimum of a semester or all year long. They will remain 100% virtual learning via Microsoft Teams from their homes. All right, thank you. So now let's look at the day in the life of both e-learning and virtual academy lessons. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Billy Stillinger, who will conduct this portion of the presentation.
Oh, but she's a teacher. Did you know she's a teacher?
I'll use this break just to say, we always model, and you guys are setting a great example for the parents and students at home for when things don't go according to plan. Don't panic. You guys are.
Did we?
Just a reminder that she is a teacher at DeVos Middle School and was involved in our summer school program, which included e-learning.
Very good.
Yes, and the model that I'm going to talk about with you guys today, I'm glad that she said that, it's already been tried and proven with summer school, which was like a mini virtual academy of sorts, and was obviously DD2 students, and they used our DD2 devices as well too. So this is tried and proven, and it certainly all worked. Can you be my page turner too? Yes, Dr. Harrison gave me the computer in case it goes away, but. And some of this, she just mentioned So there will be daily online live sessions, and something that was mentioned at our school that they've reiterated a lot is that our PLCs are still planning together. So even if you have a teacher at my school that doesn't have a virtual academy session, we're still planning all together. So it should definitely, be just the same as the kids that are sitting there with us in the hybrid sessions. So breaks and lunch times are built in so that the students are not sitting at the computer all day. There's opportunities for individual interactions with the teacher, including special education, opportunities for small group collaboration, use of instructional software, online tools, recorded lessons, and something in summer school that was, this is my 8th year, it might be my 9th year, but I've taught summer school for a long time, and this was the best year we had, and I really feel like I know that I had more individual and small group instruction time with them because of this setup, so it really did work well for a lot of individual and small group instruction. Also, something that I wanted to point out, the examples that are shown in here, it's what I started with in summer school. Since I created the slides for this PowerPoint, even the PLCs at my school and people in different grade levels, they have already, there's just different ways to do this. We have the most awesome teachers in this district that are hardworking and innovative, and so this is just one example of several, lots of ways that teachers could go. And so if you can keep going. So this is what a sample class would look like. Students would log in through Clever. Everything goes through clever.com, which makes it very easy. Click on Microsoft Teams. That's how they would join their class. When they click on Microsoft Teams, and you can go to the next slide, when they click on Microsoft Teams, all of their classes will pop up. And it will say, English, math, science, and so and so. So every day the teacher would have, I would have a link in here like this. Good morning, please click on this link to join our class at 8:30. And it looks exactly like that. I cut and pasted that from Teams. The kids click on that link, and then once they join that link, they're in the meeting with me. It really got very commonplace where my students, they would log in, like I didn't have to, there's a way that you can go on there and call them if they don't show up. But that didn't happen. I mean, they after like probably the first couple of days, they knew they were looking for that link, and they would go on and join. You can get the next slide. As the teacher greets the students, my kids in summer school love to do emojis. Like you see over there, that's how we took attendance, because it lists their names and we did emojis. And that's just kind of showing you what that bar looks like, that students will see there's a chat box. Students can click on that to sign in for attendance, or they can, this is the same way they can ask teachers questions, like if I'm in the middle of talking, they can type in questions and ask me a question. The teacher can allow the student to use emojis. If they don't like that, they don't have to do that. This is something that I just found out a couple of days ago, that whether students sign in or not, this is really cool that Team creates a log, and it has timestamps. And it shows teachers when students joined and when they left the meeting, whether they put their name in or not. So that's very helpful. That I would have wished to have known that in summer school, so that's very helpful. So you can go to the next slide. So then class begins. The teacher at the very beginning, I would use that time to maybe do a mini lesson on something that I knew the kids would be working on that day if they were in that unit. You could use that for guided practice as well. Teams is set up that you can share anything with them. You can do a PowerPoint, a smart notebook, a video, or just talking, and I can share my screen and show them what's on my screen. So then after we do the guided practice and the mini lesson, the students can hang up, and they literally hang up from that meeting, but I'm still in that meeting. So I would get to the point where all my kids would hang up. I would have them go work on whatever task we talked about. They would leave the meeting and go work on that task, and that's when I would have my individual and small group time. In my opinion, I think that the most awesome thing about this setup is that the kids can join back anytime they want to. So that link is still there, and they use that a lot. Even if I was individually talking to a student, sometimes a student would pop in and say, Ms. Stillinger, I have a question. And I would say, give me just 1 minute. Let me finish with so-and-so, and I will come back and get you. And so I'd finish with that student, and then I would hang up and call that student back. You could also, I had a teacher say to me the other day, he is a piano teacher, and he said, I don't want students popping in, while I'm helping another student with their piano. And I said, you could also take that feature off, you could delete that link and say, you know, if you need me, just chat with me in the chat box, because the chat is still there. So they could say, Mr. Helmley, for example, I have a question, and so you could also do it that way. So the teacher can do it whichever way they choose. But my summer school students use that a lot. They would pop on and ask me questions. So I love that feature. So you can go to the next slide, please. And then this is the bar that the students would see. This is also the same bar that the teachers see. And this kind of shows you what the students can and can't do. They can mute and unmute themselves. The share screen feature was also something that the students used with me often. There was a child that he would need to, he wanted me to go through questions with him, and he'd say, I don't understand this question. And I would say, share your screen with me. And I showed them the very first day of school, and I didn't have to show them anymore. They knew after that. I also made a little video that I could share through Teams that reminded them of how to do this, but I said, you know, click on that button, and then you click on desktop. That's how you do it. But anyway, and they knew how to share it with me. So he could share his screen with me, and I could go through the question with him, look at the answer choices with him. Well, I'm an ELA teacher. If it was a text, you know, we could kind of talk about what the text was saying, but it's a great way for them to show me what they're looking at. And then they can raise their hand if they choose to. And you can go to the next slide, thanks. And then here's what I was talking about that I feel like is the best part of this program, is that while the students are working independently on their task, this is where we can get into some of those things that I know personally I was worried about at the beginning of, you know, we talked about going virtual. I was like, how are we going to build relationships? How are we still going to do that? That's why I teach. I teach, you know, for relationships. And I thought, I don't know how we're going to do this. And this was a great way for me to get to know my students during this time. This is when you can do some of that social emotional learning. I had a child in summer school that during one of these individual meetings when we were talking, he was babysitting his 4 younger siblings, and he was 12 years old. And so while I'm trying to talk to him and kind of tutor him through some stuff, these sweet little babies were saying, teacher, teacher, teacher. And because I was aware of that, I could accommodate his needs for that. So that part's really, really important. But you can do that individual instruction through Teams. And then there's also ways to create small group collaboration spaces for the kids in Teams. If you look where it says Ms. Stillinger's class, you can create small groups in there. And in those small groups, like so if I have a mini lesson or a guided practice or whatever, I could send my kids off and say, go into your small groups and, you know, discuss this or talk about this on their posts, but I can still pop in and see what they're talking about. You know, they can't delete or edit their posts, for example. And we found out the other day that there's also a way for them to talk, but not unless the teacher can still be in control of that and still guide that. But I could pop in and out of all of those sessions while still having my own individual session or, you know, small group session with my kids in my general meeting. This time could also be used for differentiation, or if a student is struggling. Again, we use that a lot in summer school. And I think, is that the last one? Is there one more? Okay, there's one more. So then at the end of the period, we would always come back for closure. And honestly, I would just type on as a post, like, and tag the whole team, don't forget to come back at this time. And sometimes they would, and if they did, I just called them. But every time I called them, they answered. Most of the time, I shouldn't say every time, but most of the time. And then we come back and do closure, remind students of the goal of that lesson, do some reminders if we're talking about homework, or in summer school we did a countdown, we only have 10 days left, or whatever it was. I used lots of Bitmojis. That is a huge thing this year with teachers. We're trying to, kids love that. So anyway, that's it. But I do want to say that I feel like the mini virtual academy of summer school was so effective, and it was good.
May I ask you something real quick?
Yes.
Do students have to show their screen? You can see that they're on, but do they have to show their screen?
They don't have to show their screen, but lots of times they need to show their screen to ask me a question. But they don't have to show. Do you mean do they have to show their faces?
Yes.
They don't. The devices are set up with cameras and I assume they would show their faces. Most of my summer school students wanted to show their faces, but even if they didn't want to show their faces, I could still see. It will do like for example, my name's Beth Stillinger, so it would show a circle that just says BS if my face wasn't there. So you still see something. to know that they're there. But most of my summer school kids wanted me to see their face. So, yes. I am middle school. Yes, I still think, though, it could be really effective with elementary, and I'm not an elementary school teacher, but I can envision them putting the Teams link on Clever, for example, that's very easy for elementary kids to go to, and all the elementary kids have to do is click. They don't have to read. They could look at an icon that the teachers have taught them, this means join the meeting, click on that, and they are in there with the teacher. And then from there, truly, if the kids need anything beyond that, we can help them. So even if you were talking to an elementary student who didn't know where to go, they can hear you and they can see you, so you can kind of talk them through that. And you can show them your screen to kind of say, do this or do that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, at DeVos in 8th grade, we used Teams before the pandemic. Like, we used Teams at the end, well, really middle of last school year on. We used Teams. And so, yes, like I said, I'm an English teacher and I work with a science, math, social studies teacher. We all did our assessments online. We did the assignments online. And this is when the kids were sitting in my classroom, just because it works awesome. And truly, the kids like it. The kids like, or at least I can't speak for every kid in the district, but my kids, they enjoyed that Teams format and got really used to it. And because all of their teachers were using it, they know it well. So when they get to high school, they'll know exactly what they're doing.
They can't hear you, Barbara.
Microphone.
Turn your mic. Thank you.
I've said it before, in elementary, because I was an elementary teacher.
Yes, ma'am.
Is, to teach them to write and to help them to learn, say, phonetics, help them to learn. I know you're being middle school, and this might not be up your forte.
Well, I think, and I want to be careful how I say it, because I don't think that it's as far away. I can't think of the words to say that you might think it is. They are still seeing my face. They can still hear me. They have, and I am not familiar exactly with what the elementary kids have. My daughter's in high school, so I was able to see her device, but I know she can write on it. Can they write on them in elementary? I'm not sure if they can write on the device. Would anybody know that?
Yes.
They're saying yeah. So I think they could still write on it that way. But honestly, you're still there with them. You're still there with them. So, I mean, I can't think of much. My biggest fear with all of this at the beginning, like I said, was relationships. And I feel good about that now, having gone through what we went through with summer school. I don't feel like that there's much, besides the fact that we want the kids in our classroom. Of course, we want to be with them. We want to hug them. We want to be with them. But I think this is a great option. I think you can, I feel confident that I can still teach them as effectively, if not more, than I did last year, because we are all working so hard to make this awesome. So I think, I'm not an elementary school teacher, but I know that elementary school teachers are working just as hard as we are. So yeah.
Does anybody have Mr. Guthrie has a question?
So I was a middle school student myself, and I remember I acted up a lot. How do you handle any discipline issues, I guess, or the e-learning model? Or
like I said, this is my 8th year teaching summer school, and I feel like, just to be honest with you, like, that's a great model to talk about discipline. We had no discipline issues in summer school, none. The closest thing we had to a discipline, and that's why I actually told Ms. Purvis after summer school this year, because like I said, I've been teaching it for so long, and this was before all this came about with this presentation or anything like that, but I told Ms. Purvis, I said, we need to do summer school like this every single year, because we got so much more done. And honestly, I think too, because you're in the format, and going back to what Ms. Crosby said, because you're, even with the elementary kids, you're in the format where these kids can talk to you by themselves. So because they don't have an audience, sometimes that's what creates, some of the acting out is when you have an audience. I was a bad middle schooler too. That's why I became a middle school teacher. But you don't have an audience watching you. So when it's just me and you, we can be real, and you can truly tell me what you're struggling with. And an elementary kid can certainly verbalize, probably even more so when you don't have a class full, of what they need. So I don't think, and again, I definitely don't want to be the person up here speaking for every teacher in the district, but I personally don't think that there will be a lot of discipline issues. There certainly was not in summer school. The minor discipline issue that I remember having in summer school was somebody posting and I deleted it, and as soon as that student realized that I could delete it and I could see everything that was being posted, it never happened again. So I don't imagine there will be many discipline issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say how impressed I am, Ms. Dillinger and the teachers across the district that have quickly had to master and become experts in this type of technology and making really the best of a bad situation. Nobody wants to be here. None of us up here want to be in this situation, but we understand we've got to do what we can do with what we've got. So again, I want you to know I truly appreciate what you're doing. My guess is when you went to school to become an educator, you probably didn't learn about Microsoft Teams.
I didn't, but I thank you for saying that, but I'm proud to be part of this district. I'm proud to work with the administration that I work with and the teachers that I work with. We're all, and again, I cannot speak for every teacher, but my PLC groups that I work with, we are excited to be back. We're ready to be back. Again, it's going to be hard not to hug people, but we want to be face-to-face again soon. We're all praying for that, but we love this district. We're proud to be here. So.
And the only question I had, and this may be for Mr. Harrison or Dr. Harrison and Ms. Canaris, have we thought about, as far as some quote-unquote back-to-school stuff, so interactions with parents? Have we thought about maybe doing some classwork, or our teachers and educators working directly with parents, saying, hey, here's who I am, kind of virtually, that sort of thing?
Yes, and we met with our virtual leadership team. So each school has a leadership team that is going to be working with the virtual academy teachers, and that's one of the things that we talked about, is actually having a virtual meet the teacher, where they can log on, they'll be able to meet their teacher. And Ms. Crosby, I spent a lot of time on YouTube this weekend just searching for different examples, and created a team for the Virtual Academy in Microsoft so that we could all collaborate and share ideas. And one of the things that I shared is a Meet the Teacher template, that a PowerPoint where they can take that template to use it for their own Meet the Teacher. 90% of what I found were great examples of elementary teachers sharing what they were doing in virtual academies and virtual classrooms. So a lot of resources that are out there. I know Ms. Purvis has been sending me some resources that she's found that I've shared as well in the academy, as well as Dr. Baird has shared some resources. So we feel like we're going to have a good plan in place to support our teachers. Ms. Stillinger, when I went to Courtney Bunau and asked her, since she was the principal of summer school, I said, who is one of the teachers? So you had to pick one. What teacher? Ms. Dillinger is who she said. So then I went to Mr. Brinkley, and he said, absolutely, she'd be great to present to the board. And she is going to be in our virtual teachers meeting, which is going to be this Friday, when we meet with all the teachers. And she's going to also, she's graciously said that she would do a live demonstration for everyone and help talk through that process for any teachers that may have questions. So it would be all the way from high school all the way down to our elementary folks, as well as we will record it for any teachers that may miss that meeting. So I appreciate you doing this presentation as well. A couple other things that I wanted to add at this point about the Virtual Academy, some things that have come up. Our course offerings. And our principals have done a great job because of the model that we selected when we worked with our principals and we had conversations with other districts. The model that we selected for our Virtual Academy, keeping our teachers connected to their school, keeping our students connected to their school, really played into our favor because we're able to offer everything to the best of our ability, everything that we would to a student who walks into, let's just say, Somerville High School. We're able to accommodate those schedules. The only ones that I've heard of that we aren't able to accommodate, an IB class, because it's a different program that it can't be offered in a virtual setting. There's an elective here and there where there might be like 2 students, for example, astronomy, that doesn't make in the virtual academy, but students, when they fill out their IGPs and their course selections, they have And this is how it operates at Somerville High School in a regular setting or any other high school, that students pick 3 selections. If that one doesn't make, we move to number 2. We get them number 2. If number 2 is not available, we go to number 3. So we're doing that same process as we're working with our students in the virtual academy to accommodate their schedules. Talking with the principals, it seems like they're being able to accommodate all the requests in the course offerings, including, I know a question was asked today, AP offerings. Some districts aren't offering AP. We're doing everything we can to offer every AP class that we can, and we're being very creative and we're being very innovative in working with our teachers and our principals in order for us to make that happen. So everyone is working very hard, so I just wanted you to know that. ROTC, culinary, all the course offerings that a student would have at their disposal at a normal day face-to-face setting, we're doing that in the virtual academy also. Last thing, the virtual academy is a program. It is not a school. Teachers attached to that school. The students are attached to that school, so they can participate. It's already been said in the presentation in extracurricular activities. A question was asked about PTAs for the virtual academy. Since the teacher is tied to that school, like Ms. Stillinger is going to be one of our she's going to be one of our virtual academy teachers in the academy. She will be tied to DuBose Middle School's PTA still, and still have that network that she works with as a teacher through that organization. So I wanted to add those few points. Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us some numbers? How many elementary, how many middle, how many high school academy people you have?
All right. Glad I ran that today. All right. So elementary, we got 3,750.
That's through 5th grade?
Yes, ma'am. Middle, we had 2,302. High school, 2,535. So, and this was as of around 3 o'clock today, 8,600. And we know that we have about 8 that are new students that come into our district that are requesting to be in the virtual academy. So that number is going to increase. We also have some parents who are changing their mind, and we're working with families on a case-by-case basis at this point, and the principals to accommodate our families.
Dr. Harrison, can I just ask real quick, how about our special needs children for virtual? Tell us about that.
And I can defer or ask Dr. Capiletti to speak a little bit on that as well, but we are serving our special needs population through the academy. We have teachers that are designated in the academy to serve those students, to follow the IEP, to make sure that all of the same regulations that are for a face-to-face student, that those are being accommodated as well in the virtual academy. And Dr. Capiletti, anything else you would like? Oh, she's coming. So, but we're meeting the needs and looking at those students, their IEPs, and working with our special needs students in the academy as well.
Thank you.
Oh. And I touched it. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's what I'm here for.
Good evening. Yes, our students with IEPs are being served through the virtual academy, just as any other student would be, following all their IEP goals and also their related services. So that would include speech, OT, PT virtually. We have just great therapists that can do virtual therapy. And so when they get their schedule, like you suggested, their daily schedule will show up. If they have a resource period, it will be right in there, and they'll go from one teacher, the special ed teacher, certified, highly qualified, will come in and serve them, meeting their IP minutes and goals. So we're excited about that. We work very closly together. Every question, we run it by each other to make sure that we're consistent and have provided, good services. And so, more specific questions?
No, I just know change is hard, but we grow from it. And you guys have been amazing, just as others have said. I think if I were I am a parent, but they're all grown, I would feel great comfort after listening to everything. And I know we're not through, but so far it would give me great comfort. So I hope those listening out there are feeling a lot better.
Right, and I would be happy to accept any kind of personal phone calls. I've given many people my phone number and just talk to anybody and everybody. So please feel free to refer them to me. And because when you get individual, it's the more questions you need to ask, the more personal it becomes. And instead of putting those kind of responses on an email situation, it's really good to help the parents get a personal reflection of what that means for their child. And we're more than happy to do that.
Thank you.
So, we have great stuff going on in Dorchester School District 2. So through this presentation, we hope that you've been able to see how school-based e-learning and virtual academy students are alike, but you really know that one big difference in that as the disease spread rate shifts, the school-based e-learning students shift as well. So speaking of that shift, how are we going to know when it's time and when it's safe to move from school-based e-learning to our hybrid, to a modified hybrid, or what we all really want in our heart of hearts is that full 5-day face-to-face model? So what we are doing is we are reviewing the data that is released weekly from DHEC to make these decisions. So what is our data telling us? This is real live data since July the 27th. Every Monday around somewhere between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, DHEC releases data specific to counties. Initially, they didn't do it by counties, but we were delighted when they did it by counties so that we can make decisions for Dorchester County independent of any other group of counties. And so Amanda Santa Maria and I, we look at this data, we look at the incidence rate, the trend in the incident, the percent positive in order to make our decisions. So I felt it important for you to see this slide so that you could see that in Dorchester County from July 27th all the way through real-time live data today, we are on a downward trend. That is very, very good. When we have gone from an incident rate of 557 all the way down to 203 cases reported. So we're encouraged by that. If we keep wearing our masks, if we keep social distancing, if we keep our group sizes to a minimum, hopefully that trend will continue. We are considered at what they're calling moderately high at this point in time, and we're kind of getting down, so hopefully within the next 2 weeks, maybe we'll be at the moderate level. So, but remember, we're going to start on September the 8th e-learning for at least the first 2 weeks until Friday, September the 18th. So, you can go on. How will you know when we're going to switch? Well, we developed a schedule in order to be able to let parents, community, everybody know when we're looking at the data, when we anticipate to make that decision and announce it, and then when will that model start. So for example, I look at the data every Monday, don't get me wrong, but we will use the data on September the 7th that comes out, and by September the 9th, we will announce via all of our ways to communicate, social media, Twitter, Facebook. Schools will put it on their web pages. We'll have it on the district web page. Phone call outs, you name it, we'll communicate it in that variety on September the 9th for a start date of September the 21st. And you might be asking, Julie, if it comes out on September the 7th, why can't you announce it on September the 7th? Well, you know just how we have those technology glitches? Sometimes DHEC has a glitch and they might not get it out the 7th. So that one day gives us time to make sure that we have the data, to make sure that our team can rally around, make the appropriate decision, and communicate it in the appropriate way. So your next question might be, well, if you made the decision on September the 9th, why can't you start on September the 10th? Or why can't you start on September the 16th? Why are you waiting until September the 21st? Because we want to give our families, we want to give our schools and our teachers time to prepare to make that transition smooth, so that if there are childcare issues that need to be addressed, parents have time to address those needs. If teachers have time to transition and get their classrooms ready to go from e-learning to hybrid and so forth. And so that gives everybody planning time. We tried to project out, well, we didn't try, we did, project out all the way through December, so that in the middle of December, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, we can announce what we'll be doing in January before everybody leaves for the fall break, winter break. So we have members of our team Dorchester here to help answer any further questions. Hearing none, I'm gone.
No. I do have one. I went to that law conference virtually. They said that dress standards were to be applied on virtual. So I was just wondering, I hadn't thought about that.
Yes, we have discussed that, and I'm going to ask Ms. Radcliffe because we have discussed that, and she can address that.
Well, I was just hoping teachers could wear their muumuus. Yes. But I'd heard that at the law conference. That's why I thought, whoa, I hadn't even thought about that.
We have talked about that, and it really is based upon appropriateness. I know that there was a district that got into trouble talking about pajamas. There are some pajamas that may be very appropriate. They cover everything. There are some pajamas that may not be appropriate. And we're talking about student wear at this time. So, yes, that's a conversation that we're going to be sharing, a group of norms, e-learning norms with our students and with our teachers, and we'll certainly share them with you as well.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Just want to make sure. So as far as resources for parents, we've got the website, I know, so dd2.org/back-to-school.
Yes, sir.
So that's a primary resource. And then as far as if parents have, I guess, maybe more individualized questions, both e-learning, virtual, wherever they fall, would the recommendation be to reach directly out to their schools individually?
Yes, sir. I would start with their schools, and then if the schools are not able to fully answer, they will refer them to the appropriate either executive director or to Dr. Harrison for further explanation. And that's the same as if someone would like to switch now from virtual academy, let's say, back to e-learning because, they realize what the similarities are, but that at the end of the day, I want face-to-face. So at the end of the day, if you really want face-to-face instruction, you may want to consider that school-based model so that you're not tied to that for an entire semester.
But start that discussion with their home school, call the front desk of the home school, and then go from there. Agreed?
Can you say, Dr. Harrison?
Yes, we're going to have a process in place for that, so we'll be communicating with our...
Isn't that going to be done during leap week, though?
It can be,
We'll
yes.
have a process in place with our schools and with our families that will communicate that out. That's one of our next step items that we're going to do is to create that. So if a student is changing minds, that we'll work with those families.
Got it. Thank you.
And we also have a virtual academy web page with a lot of information.
But I would think a lot of those questions could be answered during leap week because I understand that the parents, when they go with the child that day, they are supposed to stay an hour and see a video and all that, right?
They
So
can, yes, ma'am. It can definitely be done, especially at the
questions can be
elementary
answered
level
then.
where the parents will be more involved.
Just to be clear, parents are not going in the school during that day.
Yes, 1 hour.
They don't go in the school.
No, they do not at the elementary level. Ms. Eastep?
They,
I think no.
that's not what I heard at his school, at my grandchild's school, that they go for 1 hour.
K2
K2 has appointments.
Yes.
Yes, the K2 parents will have appointments coming up this week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And when they get there, they will be able to walk their children to the school. Someone will take them and take them directly to their classroom. The parents will be given something with a QR code to watch their videos. If they've got anything else to fill out, if there's an interest survey for their students to get to know the teachers, those kind of things, so that they have something to do while they're waiting on their child to finish up with their orientation.
And they get the device?
Oh, yes.
And the parent
students-
gets the device, yeah. All right, and then third grade, they just go on their own and get their device?
That's during leap week, yes, ma'am.
And so the parent doesn't go to that?
No, parent does not need to go to that. We actually have the video.
How are the parents going to sign that form?
They actually have the videos online so that they can watch all of the parent videos online. And Dr. Huggins, I think he's wanting to share some of the process as well.
I just wanted you to know our parenting coordinator has also scheduled lots of workshops for parents that coincides with your questions so that parents will have training about the device itself, also about what's happening. So she's got many of those scheduled. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. What happens if we get back into school, and God forbid, we have a backward shift on this? What have we thought about what the plans are for that?
Yes, ma'am. The plans would be to transition backwards. If we go to a hybrid model, is saying, and then it spikes because of Thanksgiving congregations or whatever happens over holiday periods, et cetera, then unfortunately, we would move back to the school-based e-learning model until such time as it trends back down. It's very fluid. I kind of liken it to a swing set, where the swing keeps going back and forth. Sometimes it's high, where we have to be e-learning. Sometimes it's low, where we can be hybrid or face-to-face. We have to be flexible. The families, as hard as it is, everybody has to be flexible so that we can keep our families, our students, and our teachers and staff safe.
Will that also be done on a 2-week basis? The
Yes,
rotate will
ma'am.
be done on a 2-week basis?
Yes, ma'am. Unless we find the need that we need to do it weekly, we can certainly adapt because remember, flexibility is our motto.
I think it's just great that you're giving that time, though, because there's so many changes and so many people that are affected every time this changes, whether it be, coming into the class or not coming into the class. There's so many people that are affected, and so I think it's great that we're giving that time, that 2 weeks. Although I'm concerned that if it goes the opposite way, do we feel a sense of urgency at that point to revert back to e-learning as opposed to waiting that 2 weeks and
Definitely, yes, ma'am. If we are in hybrid, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Pye, but if we are in hybrid and we trend back up to high, I don't think, in prudence sake, for being prudent, and as we also say, as in abundance of caution, that we would probably transition back to e-learning sooner rather than later in order to exercise health and safety measures and keep our students, staff, and families safe.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Canaris?
Yes.
Once we hopefully get back to face-to-face,
Yes, ma'am.
will they still be using their computers and doing the same kind of thing?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes,
There-
ma'am. We will be, our one-to-one device initiative was going into effect this year, pandemic or no pandemic. They were going to be issued and utilized as instructional resource, instructional tools, and they will continue right on. They will be used in the classrooms. They will be used at home. So, yes, ma'am, they certainly
But
will.
the teachers will revert back to what they've been doing traditionally, using the smart boards in the classroom, the things they may not be able to do with e-learning. They'll be able to do that with some built-in computer work as they apply the concept she's teaching, but we won't be as dependent on it. We won't have to do teams. She's already doing teams. All the classes listen to her, but she may have small groups doing something independently using their computers. Of course, they'll be taking those home. We're hoping to replace a lot of these books and things we send home so the child has one thing to take home and everything's accessible to that child at home. And the parents can see the work they were doing in class and everything. So it's going to be a better communication tool. We're still practicing with that. Thank goodness we've had a lot of stuff with the summer schools and all, but for a lot of our teachers, this is very, very different. So we're going to try working on this.
It'll be very limited. Ms. Hughes?
One more question. Have we assessed and worked out the issues with our more rural students that have Wi-Fi issues, and how are we dealing with those issues?
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, and Dr. Huggins has been working on that, so I will let him explain the ins and outs of that.
Thank you.
Yes, I have been.
Thank you.
So we sent out a survey to all of our parents at registration for those who needed access to internet, and we have that listing of parents, so we've been reaching out to them, setting up times for them to come in and pick up their hotspots. We'll be delivering those out during the LEAP week. So if someone out there is hearing this now and you do not have internet access, if you'll contact me here at the district office, we can certainly help you through that.
Have we found any areas that even hotspots don't work?
There could be potentially some, yes, ma'am.
Okay, how are we handling those issues?
They're going to work through us with the State Department through various vendors, so we think that we can provide that.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
For learning, not for their television comfort or convenience or their cable. For businesses, it would be strictly a school-type venture that the Verizon, some of those have indicated they will work with us on that special needs case, but they would have to meet certain criteria to get that. But they will make it accessible. Plus, we have the Wi-Fi and stuff located on at least 5 of our buses, and with CARES money, we've saving back enough that we can arm another 5 or 6 or 7 that's very expensive and put them out in those really hard areas that maybe we could get more service. We're further along than most districts that I talked to. I don't think anybody is ahead of us on that because there's no district that's got 100% of that. Say the situation we deal with and District 4 deals with is night and day. They're extremely rural. I mean, big time rural, 10 miles to the nearest house. Here, our rural areas are just kind of grouped together out on the fringes of the district. Most of it's centered within, and you get pretty good service.
Yeah, I know that some of the districts that are in my region on the state board are actually still having to do the paper, come in and pick up the paper type situations. And I just wanted to make sure that we were not having to venture into that kind of a deal at all with any of our areas.
Oh, no, ma'am. We are not going back to paper pencil packets. And I'm really surprised to hear that because Ms. Spearman had said from the beginning, and I know all things change, that she would not approve plans that involve paper pencil packets and pickups. And so we were very diligent, and we knew that that was not the way that we needed to go because that's not the most effective. We need that interaction with our students, even if it's the e-learning where we can see them being Microsoft Teams. So no, ma'am, we're not doing paper packet pickups.
Well, fortunately, I think we're in a situation, as you spoke earlier, that we don't have a lot of the rural areas that some of these areas, other areas have, and some of them don't even have cable or internet in their area. I mean, I'm talking 50 miles within their area, so the paper packets were the only way they could do. Right. So I just want, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that we had all of that taken care of and didn't have an issue.
I think that we do. And also, too, please know that tonight we focused on e-learning and our virtual academy because that's the model that we're starting out with. At our September 14th meeting, if it looks like we're getting ready to swing into hybrid, we will be back before you that night giving you a very similar presentation as to what hybrid looks like because it will bring in some different components as well. So it's really and truly, it's been my pleasure to represent my great team, to represent Mr. Pye, because this is not a one-man show, no pun intended. This is all of us working together in order to try to troubleshoot, ask the questions, think in the minds of parents, think in the minds of students, and how can we troubleshoot before the trouble arises. So I appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Canarins, for organizing that little group that you put together and how hard you concentrated. They asked for just a little bit of coaching, and of course they sent this to me over the weekend to look at. Late Friday they worked here real late, and they wanted my blessing on it. And I'm telling you what, I know I always get good stuff from them. I don't question that. This blew me away. I thought the graphics, the explanation was so simple and so guiding, and that's what our families want. They don't want all this educational jargon that we have, and try to impress people. It's not a thesis, and we're not trying to do that, dissertation or anything. This is simply communicating with our families. And I want to say that most things are on the website, everything that's current. We've gone through and weeded out some things that might send double messages. We've cleaned up things that made it more concise and simple. However, if any parent has any concern about any of this, they start always with their child's school. Every child is assigned to a school, whether it's virtual academy or it's e-learning or hybrid or traditional. They're all of them are our students, and their attendance is counted in that school. All the records are in that school. The services like guidance and the nurse and all that, they're in that school. The teachers are in the school with each other, talking, collaborating, and planning together. So we're all pacing and having that same sequence of activities going on. So as a child moves out of virtual, which some will at the semester break and maybe not until the end of the year, but they will be right with their peers as they come back into the program. We want to kind of ensure that. That's why we did it the way we didn't want a standalone academy that had a whole different way of doing things. We wanted to keep communication there. So you would call the school. We have delegated to an assistant principal in each school will be the head of their virtual academy. And they will have a guidance counselor working with them, as well as secretarial help. And they have their own little school within a school. And then they will work with Dr. Harrison and his staff if it's virtual. If it's the e-learning, then you work with the regular administrative staff and guidance counselors and teachers. And either way, you're treated the same way. You will get the same results. If we had to have a conference, whether you're virtual academy or not, you'll be invited to the school to have that conference. We want to keep up the progress of the students, make sure they're moving in the right direction, and that we don't have any surprises at the end of the day. And that if there's something happening in the home, the parent needs to speak up. Hopefully the child will through the communication with the teacher, but if not, that the parents have any concern at all, instead of writing the paper and calling Channel 5 or even calling the district office or not, calling the board members first, call the school. They have the answer. I know we had a call today asking who the teacher was going to be in virtual school. I will tell you right now, all the teachers have not been selected, let alone, I don't know of any that's been assigned yet. That's happening all through this week. So that's just because we are so late getting the names in. Hundreds have dropped out of virtual school. Hundreds have been on waiting lists. We've accommodated every one of them. As of today, they're all either in or out as they want to be. So we've done a real good job of that. But that's put a real burden on our schools as they've had to continually schedule and reschedule students. And the numbers dictate where we get the teachers from. And that's an ordeal in itself. And right now, we're able to staff within each school with that staff. So the students in that school, and most, without a few maybe high school exceptions, they're having teachers in the school that hopefully will follow them back, or they will have, especially if they come back at Christmas time or the fall break or the winter break, teachers will be coming back too. So I guess it'd be if it was the majority of students, if say the teacher was teaching 25 students in virtual and 20 wish to come back, then we have a dilemma. If the teacher wants to come back too, we feel like that's a marriage already there. She's already got her class. There's a class that she starts with, and we would look to see how we would assign other students if we could not get the teacher figured into the pattern. All that is out there. It's just not simple, come and go as you please. It's based on a model of keeping things continuous and consistent and structured so that we have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and then we end up where we thought we'd be in the very beginning. That's our with the end in mind. So that's kind of where we're looking and hoping to do. So again, call the schools. They're getting the information, and if they sound like they didn't have a whole lot a week or two ago, they didn't. We didn't either. This is something we work on night and day. I was on the phone with 9 superintendents this morning for an hour, and they're all talking about their virtual academies and the concerns they have. You read in the paper that Charleston is virtually, they're copying our model of the school within the school. They did the standalone academy, and it flopped. You keep hearing about the changes in the paper the various districts are doing. We're trying not to knee-jerk with our public. We want to be flexible, but we want to, when we put it out there, we want to be reasonably sure that's going to stick. until something major changes it that we can justify. We're just not going to go on whims, because you can't make decisions that way, and there's no real right decision here. That's the sad part. It's what is in the best interest of the majority, and that's what rules. And again, we have so many teachers that we're losing some of them because of the virus. And at the end of the day, we hope we have enough teachers to match it with the students that we're still serving. And especially when we're giving them the choices to divide out, we may have more students choosing virtual than we have teachers, or vice versa. So right now, as of today, it seems like we're getting a pretty good match. I'm getting good numbers and a good feel for things are really falling into place better than we ever imagined. So hopefully we'll have our ticket to success, and we can continue to move there. But I want to thank the team. How many of you, would you just stand that was on that team? I know Ms. Purvis, stand. Stillinger, you stand because you did the presentation. You're on that team. Look at our team. Excellent job. They worked so hard, but all these things you've seen, this is the team that's been doing everything we've presented. I'm very proud of all of them. Thank you.
Anybody else before we move on?
Yeah, I just had one question. Can you update us on the extended day? How are schools?
I'm glad to be able to address this finally, at least from my point of view. Extended day is a long-time fixture of our district and how we did it. Other districts, most districts in South Carolina have never offered extended day, let alone to the level that we did for staff as well as for public, and the rubrics that we used and the numbers that we had and how we did and the enjoyment the schools had by having them there. It was decided really about 2 months ago that with the cost of all the stuff that we were incurring and the issues, that Dorchester 2 would no longer offer extended day, period. So we had no program a month ago, and that was it. However, many sleepless nights, you just can't yank that out. That's why I was talking to Somerville Baptist and the Y and other groups. We need help with the numbers. Well, how can I talk to the community in the partnership when we're pulling our numbers out, and that's just going to weaken whatever we're doing? So we could double the numbers. So Ms. Bishop was challenged with, she's head of the program, to come up with some scenarios, and she did. Some were very good, some were just not acceptable, and some were just not doable from an expense standpoint. It's very expensive. We have to pay salaries, we have to pay the benefits, we also have to have a nurse at each site. There's just a lot of requirements that's very expensive, and the administrative part of that. So if people coming and going on the various models that we have can be very taxing, you have to have a whole staff to maintain the records for that and try to advance forward those kinds of things. So this model was the best one there. If anybody shoots holes in it, it's me. I gave the staff a rough time was it Thursday or Friday? I had one of those days I came in because the parents send me the email. I read the email, and I'm very empathetic. I've been there, done that. I've seen this too often. A lot of people who are single parents working 2 or 3 jobs, 3 or 4 school-age children. I mean, everybody's got a story, but some of these stories are just horrific. And it's like they have no support here, no family, no neighbors, anybody they know, and they're really at the mercy of how can you help me? So we keep going back to the drawing board. I keep presenting ideas to Ms. Bishop, and so far she's taken none of them. But she has worked hard to try to accommodate them, and she knows me well enough because she once was a teacher with me, and so she knows I'm not going to let it go. And so as we continue to look for ways, we're trying to struggle to see, is there anything we can do to lower the fee? Is there any way we can increase the numbers that we can pick up? I mean, just how can we shift it so we can get as many students in that need to be here? But again, we can't serve all of them. I remind myself that, number one, we didn't have the program. Number 2, child care is not the reason we exist. However, this virus has created a nightmare for everybody. You know, it's created a child care problem for everybody for the last 5 months, unless you're off from your job and you're waiting to go back for school to come back so that you would have those child care opportunities by having your child in class at least during most of the day. So we know those are the issues out there as we talk to each individual one. But again, we're sending them to Miss Bishop, and I've asked her, I begged her, please look to see if there's any way we can help anybody. I don't like the word no. I like the word, and I don't want to give people false hope, but we'll look at it. Let's ask some strict questions about what about this, what about that, looking for some way that we can fill in the gap and maybe help somebody. And so that's our goal.
None during Leap Week though, right?
No. We decided that'd be very hard to do that, and then, because people wanted to do it also this week. Our teachers did. I mean, they're wanting around-the-clock care, everybody. And then once they get it, now we don't want it for the whole week. We don't want it for this. We only want it for one day, only Wednesdays. My grandmother's going to take care of the children on the other days of the week. And so this makes it very inconsistent because we have to have like a 15-to-1 ratio for the adults that we're hiring to take care of the students, and they have to be quality. And there's just not many people out there. We're having a hard time staffing the program according to the numbers we want and we're anticipating. So everything's sort of up there. It's, again, we're starting basically all over. But we're the only school district still doing anything that I know of. Charleston is doing something for their staff only this first month, but they will cut it off where ours goes the entire year. So we want our people to understand that we could do a temporary fix too. That's easier than doing using CARES money perhaps, but then what are we going to do the other 8 months of school? So we were hoping that they would see the benefit that we're trying to look at the total picture so they can go ahead and plan ahead now, because if they can get in another child care program or they can get somebody to sit their children, they need to go ahead and cement that in now and not go back and forth, because the other people are dependent upon the income. And if I agree to take care of your child, I want to know I'm going to take care of them all year. I don't want you changing your mind on me next week because I've turned other people down and that's my income. So been there, done that with my own child, so I know child care is an issue for everyone with young children if all the parents are out of the house. So we know that causes a big problem, but we're just trying to do it case by case. That was a long answer, but I needed to say that because they know I just get so upset over this. I have a hard time with it.
And the private kindergartens like Baptist, First Baptist and all, they're still going to?
All the child care programs that we know of are still operating. There's some of them are having to do a little bit different with the social distancing. One or two fell on the wayside because of the pandemic. I think one or two have increased, so it's kind of going to work itself out. And then we're looking at things, especially for the upper elementary kids that still need child care. We have people, like karate centers and other the Y places that they have programs and activities for the students during those times. Now, our students in our care will have time in which they can do their computer work supervised while they're here. So it's going to be, ours will be more of a learning environment instead of a play environment.
Mr. Pye, at our church, Old Fort Baptist, their after-school program, they're going to open from 7 in the morning until 6 at night, $125 a week. And they've already got it blocked off and marked off because they had a summer program, and they're going to help them with the computer work too.
And that's just the afternoons after school. They're going to help on the days that we're doing this hybrid. They're going to do like Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday all day for that 125?
Yeah.
Miss Bishop, are you in the room? Yes, sir. What's our rate for a week? She said 125 at the Baptist Church. 135. We need to talk about that. I want you to call, what's the name of the church?
We're at 645.
Kathy, that's not going to cut it with me.
You can call Tammy Hood at Old Fort Baptist, and the child's, it's called Kids Fort. You can call her.
I'm very familiar with the program.
Okay.
Okay, you might want to double check and see how they're doing that financially, as I know the churches don't have any more money than we have. Matter of fact, they should probably have a lot less, but
A lot less.
let's see if we can get any ideas from them to help us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that everything, Mr. Pye?
I think that's enough.
I think it's been very informative. A lot of parents wanted to know all this, and we provided it, and we did. Thank you so much for all your work.
And I can count that all this is going tomorrow to all the many teachers in the district, because I know some are listening. As they go back to talk to their faculties and friends, they're going to say, why would we know this? Well, this information was just gathered as late as Friday evening and touched up this morning, so I want it really out tonight. I think I'd ask Ms. Rayner, go ahead and get it on the website, but I want it sent to each school, so every school has their own copy.
It's already been sent.
Already been sent, okay.
Yeah, we
Thank
should
you.
have said
I
that
should have known that. Okay, Ms. Rayner to the
that it's
rescue.
going out, it'll be on the website, the schools will push it out, the schools will have the information, so we are getting it out as we speak.
That's great. All right, then we're going to move on with our meeting, and under board committee meetings, we do have second readings to go over, and our policy chairman, Evan Guthrie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. So for your consideration, we have second and final reading on two sets of policies. The first set is going to be for policies for adoption, and the second set is going to be policies for deletion. And under the category for policies for adoption, we have GBAA, sexual harassment and retaliation, staff, GBAAE1, sexual harassment and retaliation complaint form, JIAA, sexual harassment and retaliation student, JIAAE1, sexual harassment, retaliation complaint form, student, and policy KI, visitors, and policy KIR, visitors to school facilities. And second set of policies for deletion, we have policy GBAA, sexual discrimination and harassment, policy GBAAE, sexual harassment complaint form, policy JIK, student sexual harassment, and policy JIKE, sexual harassment formal complaint form.
Okay. I will need a motion to accept this as second reading.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Farnsworth. I'll need a second.
I'll second.
Oh. Ms. Hughes, is there any discussion?
Just
We've
want-
gone over it before, but
Yep, just want to say thank you. Mr. Guthrie and I were chatting earlier on that rule KIR, which was the visitors to school facilities. I'm waiting for Ms. Canaris over there. That last sentence addition, I think is important. It says, and all decisions made will be based on continual review of current health conditions. Again, I think that's important to have some specificity on how we get out of that policy. Just like we've got for our models of instruction, we've got, basing that on DHEC guidelines. It's not us saying that. I don't think any of us up here are medical experts.
No.
And so I think that's probably the wise choice to leave that up to the medical community to help us with that. So long-winded, but just to say thank you for adding that to that rule.
And just a tad further discussion, this will go on the website after it's approved pretty quick, so parents can see all of our policies. We're doing good updating them, I'll tell you, in spite of all this. All right, then we have a second. We've had a motion, a second, a discussion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Now we're moving on to our public comments, and for our first one is Mr. Brian Rison. Is that correct? Correct. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Good evening. This comment is regarding what will be in the executive session regarding the legal advice on the Ponds property, which for those of you, I'm sure you're familiar with, there's property at the front entrance of the Ponds behind the Y. My property, full disclosure, backs right up to it, so I'm fully adjacent. I've spoken to all the Carillon residents, subdivision, who also back up to it. We fully support the Dorchester 2 taking that property and building a school on it in the future. We have also heard from Columbia that now it is indeed South Carolina law change that gives you 9 years to decide. I have confirmed this with Mr. Pye and others. The school's attorney should be able to confirm that for you. I've actually got an online poll. I have kind of become the unwitting face within the Ponds community. And a lightning bolt at times, but I have put up a poll to discuss whether or not there is support for or against the school. Current tally right now is 95% plus in favor of Dorchester County taking that, or Dorchester District 2, sorry, accepting that land. We have also received information from my HOA and other representatives within the community that the current developer, Coulter Homes, has been feeding misinformation not only to us, but to the school board and to the county to portray us as not wanting the school. I cannot express enough how opposite that is to what I'm hearing among my neighbors, my friends, my community. I actually welcome you. If any one of you want to come, reach out to me after the meeting. I've sent you all an email, so just reply. Come speak to us at a resident meeting. Many of us would love to talk with you, ask us questions. And lastly, I just want to say, I know land is short in Dorchester County right now. This property is free, and y'all just have to say you want it and sign a bunch of legal papers, obviously. But given that the land is in short supply, it's free, I mean, that will greatly reduce the cost of building anything. And given the 9 years, you can decide maybe we need a school. An alternate plan is some communities are doing shared athletic fields, which reduce the cost. You could share the cost with the YMCA, who would love to have athletic fields at their disposal. Similar to North Charleston and the pool situation, which that's a separate drama. But just throwing it out there as options, and to really just here to express our support to have the school on our property. We feel that you would make excellent neighbors and great caretakers of the property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay, our next guest is Mr. Philip Hall. Is he here?
Hi, thank you all for listening. I've actually spoke at a meeting before previously. I met with y'all, and thank you for giving me this time again today. Basically, I'm just here to speak on behalf of a lot of parents in our district that are frustrating and becoming increasingly frustrated just with the fact that since I came here in 1999, we hear that Dorchester 2 is the best school district, and I believe it is. However, it's frustrating when you have friends that are in Berkeley County, friends that are in other states, that are being given the option, not being given the option of a 5-day in school. We don't think it's just not fair. We don't think it's right. Parents are being, the position that parents are being put in, the position that children are being put in. Again, we have 3 children, Joseph High, we have one in Oak Brook and one in Fort Dorchester. They all want to go to school. They've all been playing with their friends throughout the summer. But it's very, very frustrating when we go out. I don't know if y'all been out, but I can't tell there's much of a virus. You go out and there's people all over Walmart, Lowe's, young, old, that have been working at Publix since we've been out in this, coming across all kinds of people, wearing a mask, doing the proper, some can't even social distance, but they've still been going to work every day. And it's very frustrating for our children who want to go to school 5 days a week, want to get back to normalcy, want to get back to routine. Even Dr. Fauci has said it is very important for psychological reasons and physical reasons that our children get put back into school. So it's very frustrating on our part when we're not even being given that option. Earlier, when this started, someone said that, thank the military for, giving us freedom. Part of that freedom is going to school, and going to school 5 days a week. Some of the places I've been, if we told kids you can't go to school because there's a 1.5% chance you might die, they laugh at us. The overall recent numbers that have been released, 98.5% of people that get this disease are going to survive. A lot aren't going to know they even had it. So it's very, very frustrating, and we just want you all, we understand that you guys just pass on a message for us, but please understand that our kids want and deserve routine and normalcy. We can't let this disease this pandemic keep doing this to us as a state or as a country. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. And our last one is Mr. Greenstreet.
Good evening. Joseph Warren is a hero of mine. He once told his mother, quote, "Now is no time for any of America's children to shrink from any hazard. I will set her free or die," close quote. He was killed June 17, 1775 at the Battle of Breed's Hill. He was commissioned as a major general in the American Army, but chose to fight as a private. He was so hated by the British that, quote, his body was stripped of clothing, he was bayoneted until unrecognizable, and then shoved into a shallow ditch. A day or two later, a British soldier went back to Breed's Hill, opened the dirt that was thrown over Dr. Warren, spit in his face, jumped on his stomach, and at last cut his head off and committed every act of violence upon his body. His body was exhumed 10 months later by his brothers and Paul Revere, who identified the remains by the artificial tooth he had placed in his jaw, close quote. I suspect not many students in South Carolina know the story of Joseph Warren. I was recently told by a school administrator that I am not an expert in the field of education. That is true, I am not. I have never been put together 8 months of instruction. I am, however, an astute observer, and I can easily observe that the lessons taught in America's classrooms are not enough to create patriots. During my 21 years in the United States Air Force, I randomly asked officers what 5 freedoms are in the First Amendment. I never met one person that could tell me all 5. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. As a whole, Americans are no longer vigilant. What can be done? Well, know your enemy and improve what is taught. The struggle between freedom and communism is alive and well. It is currently on display in the streets of America. American children need to be taught that Nikita Khrushchev, Joseph Stalin, Castro, Pol Pot, and many other totalitarian communist leaders were all murderers. I would like to suggest the school board look at The Naked Communist by Cleon Skousen. This book is eye-opening in detailing the communist doctrine and its lying, murderous ways. I have read national reports recently of teachers worried about conservative parents watching what is being taught virtually. Why is that? Teach children the good and bad of history. Let them decide between right and wrong. Let them decide freedom from bondage. Finally, I would like to end with 2 of 45 communist goals from 1961 as written in The Naked Communist. 1, belittle all forms of American culture and discourage the teaching of American history on the grounds that it only was a minor part of the big picture. 2, get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and current communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of teachers' associations, put the party line in textbooks. Looking at the fruits of just these 2 goals, I would suggest that communism is quickly catching us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greenstreet. We have one more thing that we want to announce. I guess that would be under new business before we go into executive session. And I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Gail Hughes, our Region 1 Director.
I just kind of wanted to give an update. A few board meetings ago, you all took a vote to so graciously allow me to apply and interview for the position of Secretary Treasurer for our state board, where now I hold the Region 1 Director's position. And just wanted to update you and let you know that I was selected as the nominee from the state board to represent them in the December meeting. Of course, that will go before the complete delegation and will be voted on there, and the final vote will be taken at that time. So I just wanted to give you an update.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You deserve it. Okay, I want to make sure I read this just right. I will need a motion to go into executive session for proposed contractual negotiations for Somerville High School Stadium with Town of Somerville and Dorchester County. Also for legal advice regarding impact fees, for legal advice regarding property at the ponds, and finally, personnel matters regarding the superintendent's evaluation and contract. Okay, I need a second.
A second.
Ms. Crosby, any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. Thank you, and thank you all for being here. to regular session I got the motion by Barbara Crosby. Do we have a second? By Ms. Hughes. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Now, at this time, is there anyone that would like to make a motion regarding?
I'll make the first motion, Madam Chair. Make a motion to enter into an agreement as amended per executive session for improvements to Somerville High School with the town of Somerville, Dorchester County, and Dorchester District 2.
Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Farnsworth, and it was seconded by,
What did I say? Somerville High School? Apologies, Somerville High School Stadium improvements.
and Mr. Mitchum, second. Is there any discussion? The only thing, just to be clear, this is for Phase 1. That is correct? Okay, all right.
The other piece, and I don't think a lot of people are watching, but I do want to get it on the record because I think it's important. The news had reported that each entity was putting in $300,000, when in reality, our portion of those funds is coming from improvements we had already planned based on bond referendum monies from years ago. And so those improvements to the parking lot and some different areas over there, that is where our $300,000 will come out of. So we're not actually giving anybody a check for $300,000. We're creating improvements that are actually well over $300,000 from the district side.
Thank you. Any more discussion?
Just to add on to that, the improvements are, our portion is not even to the stadium. It is towards the parking lot that the district that spanned, that Somerville Elementary School will all benefit from. So we are.
And the district office too, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I said
Yeah,
that
so
first.
quite a few things. All right, any more discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. And it is unanimous.
I rescind my vote. I apologize. I would like to recuse myself from that vote.
Okay, she would like to recuse herself from that vote. So it is 1 recusal and 6 in approving the, the motion. Thank you. All right, moving on. Does anyone else want to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that after reviewing Mr. Pye's report on the district's progress and hearing the board members' comments this evening regarding Mr. Pye's performance, I move that we conclude as a board that Mr. Pye receive an outstanding evaluation for the 2019-2020 school year. I move that as a result of Mr. Pye's overall outstanding evaluation, that Mr. Pye's employment contract with the district be extended by 1 year or through June 30th of 2023.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Hughes seconded. Any discussion? I think it was unanimous before we even have to vote how we feel. We have a discussion.
Well, I just want to say something. Mr. Pye, I think I kind of alluded to this the other day when I talked to you, but I just want to say that how pleased I was and amazed I was whenever you, even with everything going on, you and your staff that you have put together and done so well, was able to accomplish all of your goals that was set forth. Those goals were set in a perfect world that you were supposed to be working on, and everyone knows that we have this so imperfect world that we're dealing with right now, but yet you were still able to accomplish those goals, and accomplish those goals, I feel like, with ease. And I know it's because of the people that you surround yourself, your leadership style, your leadership skills. And like I said, I said this to you the other day, and I just want to say it one more time to you. Actually, I gave you something that had it on there. And it says, hard times don't create heroes. It's during the hard times when the hero within us is revealed. Thank you very much for being our hero.
Anybody else have anything to say? We think you're pretty great. Yep. Yep. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. You're stuck with us for another year. All right. I think, is that all of our business?
Yes, motion to adjourn.
Thank you. A second? Ms. Crosby, all those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. And thank all of you for staying. I know it was late.